Hey guys, tonight we descend, not into metaphor, not into abstraction, but into actual limestone, actual darkness, and the actual company of approximately 6 million people who have been waiting patiently beneath the streets of Paris for somewhere between 200 and 240 years, depending on when they arrived. They do not mind that we are late. They have nowhere else to be. The Paris Catacombs were never just a burial solution. They were an argument made in bone, an argument about what a civilized society owes its dead, what happens when a city grows so vast that even its graveyards rebel, and the peculiar Enlightenment conviction that 6 million skeletons could be rendered orderly, even beautiful, if you stacked them with enough geometric intention. What lies beneath the boulevards and cafes of the left bank is not a cemetery in any traditional sense. It is an ossuary, a quarry, a philosophical statement, a municipal sanitation project dressed in the language of eternity, and, if you look at it from the right angle, one of the most extraordinary monuments to human contradictions ever constructed. The silence that fills those tunnels now is the city's answer to a question it has been asking for centuries. Where do you put the dead when there is no more room above? Paris answered by putting them below, in the same stone from which the city had been built, and then arranging them with an aesthetic care that says more about the living than the dead could ever say about themselves. The bones do not have opinions about their arrangement. The bones simply hold the walls steady, as they have always done, as they will continue to do long after the last tourist has climbed the 83 steps back into the afternoon light. Let us begin where the stone begins, not with death, but with geology, which preceded everything, and which will outlast it all. Paris is a city built upon itself and hollowed out beneath itself in the same slow, centuries-long gesture. Every great metropolis rests on layers of what came before the rubble of demolished buildings, the compacted earth of filled-in moats, the buried rivers and forgotten basements that form the archaeological unconscious of urban life. But Paris did something rather more literal than most. It pulled the stone out of the ground to build its surface, and in doing so left behind a vast network of voids, tunnels and galleries that mirror the city above like a photographic negative. The grandeur of the boulevards and the emptiness of the quarries are two expressions of the same material. One went up, the other stayed below. To understand the catacombs, you have to understand this relationship between surface and depth, between the Paris you see and the Paris you do not. The limestone that forms the pale, honey-coloured facades of Haussmann's apartment blocks, the flying buttresses of Notre-Dame, the walls of the Louvre, and the bridges over the Seine, all of it came from beneath the city's own feet, or from quarries close enough to have been swallowed by the expanding metropolis over the centuries. The very material that makes Paris beautiful left behind the voids that would later become its underworld. There is a poetry to this that the quarrymen who hacked the stone out by candlelight probably did not pause to appreciate, but it is worth pausing for now. A city that builds itself up simultaneously hollows itself out, and the splendour above is always shadowed by an equivalent emptiness below. The numbers are staggering in their quiet way. Over 300 kilometres of tunnels snake beneath the southern arrondissements of Paris, the legacy of centuries of quarrying that began in the Roman era and continued. With varying degrees of official approval and structural responsibility, well into the modern age. Not all of these tunnels are part of the catacombs. In fact, the ossuary occupies only a small fraction of the total network, but they are all part of the same story, the story of a city that mined its own foundations for building material, and then had to figure out what to do with the holes it left behind. Some of those holes, eventually, would be filled with bones, but we are getting ahead of ourselves. First, the stone. The stone that built Paris. Roughly 45 to 48 million years ago, during the geological epoch known as the Lutetian, named, as it happens, after Lutetia, the Roman name for Paris, much of what is now northern France, lay beneath a warm, shallow tropical sea. This is one of those facts that resists easy comprehension. The spot where you might stand today on the Boulevard Saint-Germain, sipping coffee and watching the traffic, was once the floor of a body of water teeming with marine life, the slow rain of calcium-rich sediments drifting down to form the beds of limestone that would, in the fullness of geological time, become the building blocks of one of the world's great cities. The sea did not know it was laying the foundation for Notre-Dame. The sea was simply being a sea, as seas do, with the particular indifference to future human ambition that characterizes most natural processes. What it left behind, when the waters eventually receded and the land rose, was a thick deposit of Lutetia limestone, known in French as calcaire grossier, or coarse limestone, a pale, fine-grained stone of remarkable quality that proved ideal for construction. The deposit stretches across the Paris basin, and its upper layers, accessible from the surface or by shallow excavation, would become the primary building material of the city for nearly 2 millennia. The Romans quarried it first, carving open-pit mines into the natural outcroppings along the Bièvre Valley on the left bank to supply the construction of their temples, baths, forum, and amphitheatre in Lutetia. The stone of the Arène de Lutèce, the oldest surviving Roman structure in Paris, was pulled from the same geological formation that, millions of years earlier, had been a seabed full of gastropods and Ceritheidae, whose fossilized shells can still be seen embedded in the catacomb walls today. If you know where to look, you can find the imprint of a creature that lived in a tropical ocean pressed into the wall of a tunnel that now holds the bones of medieval Parisians. Deep time and human time compressed into the same square inch of stone. After the Roman period and the disruptions of the early medieval centuries, quarrying resumed in earnest as Paris grew. The great building projects of the Middle Ages, the Cathedral of Notre-Dame, begun in 1163, the Louvre, originally a fortress. The successive rings of city walls required enormous quantities of stone, and the quarries expanded accordingly. At first, the extraction was open pit, following the natural outcroppings, but as demand increased and the surface deposits were exhausted, the quarries went underground. From roughly the 14th century onward, quarrymen sank wells down to the Lutetian limestone beds and carved out horizontal galleries, following the richest seams of stone deeper and deeper into the earth. The technique was effective but haphazard. Pillars of unquarried stone were sometimes left to support the ceiling, and sometimes they were not. Regulations existed, and were sometimes followed, and were sometimes ignored. The quarries that would eventually supply the material for the Panthéon, the Palais du Luxembourg, and the grand hôtels particuliers of the Marais were, in many cases, operated without proper oversight, their galleries unmapped, and their ceilings unsupported by anything more reliable than optimism and the structural tolerance of limestone. The irony is as neat as it is dark. The stone that made Paris one of the most beautiful cities in Europe came from directly beneath its own streets, and its extraction left behind a labyrinth of voids that would, over time, become one of the city's most pressing structural problems, one of its most famous cultural sites, and one of the most extraordinary repositories of the dead in the history of civilization. The facades above and the tunnels below are made of the same material, shaped by the same hands, separated only by the direction of the light, i.e., the crisis of the cemeteries. For most of its history, Paris buried its dead within its own walls, in churchyards and parish cemeteries that occupied some of the most densely populated real estate in the city. This is not as unusual as it sounds. Most European cities did the same, following the medieval Christian practice of interring the faithful as close to consecrated ground as possible, preferably within sight of the church and the altar where prayers could be offered for their souls. The dead were a part of the community, not separate from it. They occupied the same neighbourhoods, the same blocks, in some cases the same air, and no one thought much of it until the sheer accumulation of centuries made the arrangement untenable. By the 18th century, Paris had a problem. The city had been burying its dead in the same small churchyards for 600, 700, in some cases nearly 1,000 years, and the ground was full. Not metaphorically full, not symbolically full, but literally, physically, geologically full. The soil so saturated with decomposing organic matter that it had risen meters above the surrounding streets, creating mounds of earth that were, beneath their surface, dense with the remains of generations piled upon generations. The graveyards smelled, they leached. In hot weather, the stench was so powerful that it could, according to contemporary accounts, curdle milk and spoil meat in the surrounding houses. Cellar walls in buildings adjacent to the worst cemeteries were stained and damp with the seepage of decomposition, and in at least one notorious case, a wall collapsed entirely under the pressure of the graves behind it, sending a cascade of putrefying remains into a private basement. The living and the dead had been neighbours for centuries, but the dead were, by the late 1700s, becoming very bad neighbours indeed. The problem was not simply aesthetic or olfactory. It was, by the standards of the time, a genuine public health crisis. 18th century medical science operated largely under the theory of miasma, the belief that disease was caused by foul air, by the noxious vapours that rose from swamps, cesspools, and, most alarmingly, from the decomposing dead. We now know that miasma theory was wrong in its mechanism, but not entirely wrong in its conclusions. The conditions in and around the overflowing cemeteries of Paris were genuinely unsanitary. Even if the precise pathways of infection were different from what 18th century doctors believed, what mattered, in practical terms, was that the stench was unbearable, the sight was distressing, and the growing public health movement, driven by Enlightenment ideals of rational reform and civic improvement, was demanding that something be done. Something, eventually, was done, but not before the crisis reached its most spectacular and revolting extremes, centred on a single cemetery that had been absorbing Parisian dead for the better part of a millennium, and had, by the 1780s, become the most vivid symbol of a city that could no longer contain the consequences of its own mortality. IV. Les Saints Innocents. The Cimetière des Saints Innocents, the Cemetery of the Holy Innocents, was, for roughly 6 centuries, the principal burial ground of Paris, and by the time of its closure, it may have been the most overcrowded cemetery in European history. Located in the very heart of the city, nestled against the bustling market district of Les Halles on the right bank, it occupied a plot of land that had served as a burial ground since at least the early medieval period, possibly as far back as the Merovingian era. The parish church of the Saints Innocents, destroyed and rebuilt several times over the centuries, gave its name to a graveyard that would, in its long and increasingly grotesque history, receive the remains of an estimated 2 million Parisians. 2 million people in a space that was never large to begin with and that shrank, in practical terms, with every generation that was added to its soil. The cemetery was surrounded by charnel houses, charniers, galleried structures built along the interior of its walls, whose upper stories served as open-air ossuaries where the bones of the long dead were stacked to make room for fresh burials below. This was the grim but practical economy of a cemetery that never had enough room. Bodies were interred in mass graves, sometimes 15 or 20 deep, and after the flesh had decomposed, a process that the saturated acidic soil accelerated in some places and retarded in others, the bones were exhumed and transferred to the charnel houses, freeing the grave for its next occupant. The cycle was continuous, had been continuous for centuries, and the result was a cemetery where the dead were visible at every level, bones in the walls, bodies in the ground, the smell of both in the air. What makes Saints Innocents particularly remarkable, beyond its sheer scale, is the degree to which it coexisted with the daily life of the surrounding neighbourhood. The cemetery was not a solemn, sequestered place set apart from the bustle of the city. It was in the middle of everything. Market stalls operated along its edges. Merchants sold their wares within sight and smell of the open graves. Prostitutes were known to conduct business among the charnel houses. Writers, both appalled and fascinated, reported seeing children playing on the mounds of earth that covered the mass graves, and laundry drying on lines strung between the ossuary galleries. Life and death did not merely coexist at Saints Innocents. They occupied the same physical space, divided by nothing more than a thin layer of soil and the stubborn human ability to normalize almost anything. The crisis came in stages, but the moment that forced the issue arrived in 1780, when the cellar wall of a property adjoining the cemetery gave way. The weight of the mass grave behind it, decades of improperly buried remains pressing against inadequate masonry, was too much, and the wall collapsed, sending a flood of decomposing remains and saturated earth into the basement of a building where people lived and worked. The incident was both horrifying and, in retrospect, inevitable. Saints' innocence had been operating beyond capacity for generations, and the ground itself was rebelling. A commission was formed, debates were held, edicts were issued. The cemetery was closed to new burials, and the long, strange process of emptying it began a process that would take years. That would involve the nocturnal transport of millions of bones through the streets of Paris, and that would ultimately lead to the creation of the largest ossuary in the world. Arranged in the abandoned quarries beneath the very city that had produced all those dead in the first place. Saints' innocence did not go quietly. Its closure and exhumation were resisted by the church, which objected to the disturbance of consecrated ground, by the local community, which had lived alongside the dead for so long that the dead had become a kind of neighbour, and by the dead themselves, in the sense that a cemetery that has been absorbing bodies for 6 centuries does not yield them up easily. The soil was so compacted and so saturated with organic matter that the workers who excavated it reportedly found a substance the French called graisse de cadavre, cadaver grease, a waxy, soap-like residue produced by the long decomposition of human fat in the alkaline earth. The cemetery that had refused to stay underground would, ironically, end up underground after all, just in a different part of the city, in tunnels that had been carved out of limestone rather than packed with the remains of the faithful. 2. The Enlightenment meets the dead. The closure of Saints' innocence and the creation of the catacombs were not merely practical decisions made under pressure. They were products of a particular intellectual climate, the late French Enlightenment, with its faith in reason, its suspicion of inherited tradition, and its unshakable conviction that every problem, no matter how old or how complex, could be solved through rational analysis, systematic planning, and the application of scientific principles. The Enlightenment looked at the chaos of Paris's medieval cemeteries and saw not just a public health crisis but an affront to reason itself. How could a civilized nation, a nation of Voltaire and Diderot and Lavoisier, tolerate a system of burial that was, by any rational standard, barbaric, unsanitary, and aesthetically offensive? The answer was that it could not, and the solution was to apply the same systematic thinking to the management of the dead that was being applied to the management of hospitals, prisons, tax systems, and every other institution that the Enlightenment believed could be improved through rationality. The intellectual framework for the cemetery reforms came from several directions. The public health movement, led by figures like Antoine-Augustin Parmentier, a pharmacist and public health advocate, better known for his tireless promotion of the potato, as a food source, argued that the decomposing dead were a direct threat to the health of the living, and that the removal of cemeteries from urban centres was not a matter of aesthetics but of survival. Miasma theory, which held that disease was carried by foul-smelling air, gave the argument a scientific vocabulary, even if the science was, as we have noted, imprecise. The police lieutenant general of Paris, who had jurisdiction over both public health and the quarry inspection service, became a key figure in connecting the two problems, the overflowing cemeteries and the abandoned quarries, into a single solution. The voids left by centuries of quarrying, the thinking went, could receive the remains from centuries of burial. The holes in the earth could be filled with the product of the earth above. There was a neatness to the logic that must have appealed enormously to the Enlightenment mind. A royal decree formalized the plan, and in 1785, the process of transferring remains from Parisian cemeteries to the quarries beneath the Tombessoir plain began in earnest. The site was consecrated as the Paris municipal ossuary on the 7th of April, 1786, and from that date it acquired the name by which it is still known, the Catacombs, a reference to the Roman catacombs that had fascinated the European public since their rediscovery in the 16th century. The name was, in a sense, aspirational. The Roman catacombs were places of intentional burial, sanctified spaces carved by early Christians to lay their dead to rest with ritual and reverence, while the Paris catacombs were abandoned quarry tunnels being repurposed to absorb the overflow of a public sanitation crisis. But names are powerful things, and calling a bone dump a catacomb did for the Parisian ossuary what calling a battlefield a memorial does for a field of mud. It transformed the thing into its own monument, and made the mundane seem sacred. The Enlightenment's approach to the dead was, in the end, both admirable and slightly absurd. Admirable because the reforms were genuinely necessary and improved public health in meaningful ways. Slightly absurd because the confidence with which 18th century administrators believed they could manage mortality, could organise it, systematise it, render it rational and orderly was a form of hubris that the bones themselves seem quietly to mock. The dead do not care whether they are arranged rationally or chaotically. The dead do not benefit from geometric precision. But the living do, or believe they do, and the catacombs are the proof not of what the dead require, but of what the living need to believe about their ability to control even the most uncontrollable thing. V. The transfer of bones. The operation that began on a spring evening in 1786 was one of the most extraordinary logistical undertakings in the history of urban management, though it received none of the fanfare that typically accompanies extraordinary undertakings. There were no crowds. There were no speeches beyond the initial benediction. There was, instead, a series of nighttime processions, covered carts draped in black cloth, rolling through the streets of Paris after dark, carrying their silent cargo from the emptied cemeteries to the quarry shafts near the Rue de la Tombe-Issoire, accompanied by priests chanting psalms and bearing torches, the whole thing designed to be as solemn and as invisible as possible. The choice to conduct the transfers at night was both practical and symbolic. Practically, it minimized disruption to the city's daytime commerce and avoided the spectacle of bone-laden carts rattling through the market streets. Symbolically, it acknowledged that there was something uncomfortable about the whole enterprise, something that the public might accept in principle but prefer not to witness in practice. The Parisians who slept while the carts passed beneath their windows were, in a sense, being spared the sight of their own history being relocated. The dead were travelling through their own city one last time, and they did it the way the dead have always done things, silently, in the dark, while the living looked away. The scale of the transfers is difficult to comprehend without pausing to consider what 6 million skeletons actually represents. 6 million is a number that exceeds the current population of Paris proper. It represents over 1,000 years of continuous burial, Merovingian dead, Carolingian dead, medieval dead, Renaissance dead, dead from the plague years, dead from the wars of religion, dead from the revolution, dead from the ordinary and unremarkable passage of everyday Parisian life across the centuries. Paupers and merchants, monks and prostitutes, children who died in infancy and old women who outlived everyone they knew. All of them reduced, by time and decomposition, to the same basic elements: bone, earth, and the faint residue of what was once a person. The carts carried them all, without distinction, to the same destination. The initial transfers from saints' innocents took roughly 2 years, from 1785 to 1787, and were the largest single operation. Given that the cemetery had accumulated an estimated 2 million remains over its long history, but the emptying of saints' innocents was only the beginning. Over the following decades, bones were transferred from dozens of other Parisian parish cemeteries as they were closed in accordance with the ongoing reform. Saint Eustache, Saint Nicolas des Champs, the Bernardin convent, and many others, each contributing its share to the growing ossuary beneath the Tombe-Issoire plain. The transfers continued, with interruptions, through the revolutionary period, through the Napoleonic years, and into the mid-19th century, when Haussmann's radical rebuilding of Paris unearthed still more remains that needed to be relocated. The last significant deposits arrived in 1860, though smaller additions may have continued after that date. The catacombs received their dead in instalments over the better part of a century, and each instalment represented the closure of another chapter in the city's long, complicated relationship with its own mortality. The logistics were handled with a bureaucratic patience that borders on the heroic, if bureaucracy can be heroic, which in this case it arguably can. Workers descended into the quarry shafts to receive the bones as they were lowered in baskets. They distributed them through the galleries, piling them according to their cemetery of origin, noting the dates and sources on stone plaques that still line the ossuary walls today. The organisation was not, at first, particularly artistic or deliberate. The initial deposits were simply dumped and piled, a bone repository rather than a monument. It would take another generation and another visionary administrator to transform the disorganized heaps into the orderly walls that visitors see today. But the foundation, if that is not too ironic a word, was laid in those nighttime processions by the workers and priests and cart drivers who performed, year after year, the unglamorous and essential work of emptying a city's graveyards, one cartload at a time, into the patient darkness below. V. Charles-Axel Guillaumeau and the Inspection Générale des Carrières. Before the dead could be housed below, the ground beneath the living had to be made safe. This is the less poetic but more urgent half of the catacomb story, and it belongs to a man named Charles-Axel Guillaumeau, an architect in the service of King Louis XVI, who was appointed on April 4, 1777, as the first Inspector General of Quarries, the head of the newly created Inspection Générale des Carrières, or IGC. Guillemot's appointment was prompted by a crisis that, in its own way, was as alarming as the cemetery problem. On a day in 1774, a stretch of the Rue d'Enfer, a name that translates with grim appropriateness as Hell Street, collapsed into the quarry tunnels below, swallowing roughly 300 metres of roadway and several houses into the void. The collapse was not the first. Smaller cave-ins had been occurring for years as the uncharted and unsupported quarry galleries beneath the left bank slowly gave way under the weight of the expanding city above. But the 1774 collapse was dramatic enough to force the authorities to act, and the result was the creation of the IGC, charged with the monumental task of surveying, mapping, and reinforcing the entire underground quarry network beneath Paris. Guillemot approached the problem with the systematic rigour of a man who understood that the city was, in a very real sense, sinking into its own foundations. His teams descended into the quarries and began the painstaking work of charting the galleries, assessing their structural integrity and building reinforcements, stone pillars, masonry walls called hagues, and arched supports that would prevent further collapses. The work was slow, dangerous, and unglamorous. It involved crawling through narrow passages by candlelight, in air that was often damp and foul, assessing the load-bearing capacity of stone that had been weakened by centuries of extraction and neglect. Guillemot's surveyors produced detailed maps of the underground network, many of which are still in use today, and their reinforcement work quite literally prevented Paris from collapsing into itself. It was Guillemot who also oversaw the preparation of the Tombissoir quarries for their new role as an ossuary, and who directed the initial phases of the bone transfers from saints' innocents. He understood, perhaps better than anyone, the structural relationship between the surface of Paris and its underground. The quarries that had supplied the stone for the city's buildings were now, decades or centuries later, threatening to destroy those same buildings from below, and the solution reinforcing the tunnels, filling them with purpose, giving them a function that justified their maintenance was both an engineering project and a philosophical one. Guillemot gave the underground a reason to be preserved rather than simply feared, and in doing so, he made the catacombs possible in the most fundamental sense. He made the tunnels safe enough to hold 6 million dead without bringing the city down on top of them. Guillemot served as Inspector General until 1807, a span of 30 years during which the underground landscape of Paris was transformed from an unmapped and collapsing hazard into a surveyed and reinforced network. He did not live to see the ossuary become a monument or a tourist attraction, and his name is not as well known as those of the administrators who later aestheticized the bone arrangements. But without Guillemot's maps, without his reinforcements, without his patient and unglamorous work of shoring up the darkness, the catacombs as we know them would not exist. The Empire of the Dead was built, first and foremost, on the structural engineering of a man who cared less about the bones than about the stone that held them up, which is, perhaps, exactly the right set of priorities when you are responsible for keeping a city from falling into a hole. V. Art de Thury and the art of arrangement. For roughly the first 2 decades of its existence, the Paris ossuary was exactly what a pragmatic person might expect a converted quarry full of bones to be, a disorganized repository, functional rather than beautiful, the remains dumped and piled without particular concern for presentation. Bones were bones after all, and the primary purpose of the operation was sanitation, not aesthetics. The dead had been removed from the overcrowded cemeteries and placed underground. The public health crisis had been addressed, and if the result looked like a chaotic heap rather than an orderly monument, well, the dead were presumably not offended. Enter Louis Etienne Héricard de Thury, who became director of the Paris Mine Inspection Service in 1809, and who looked at the disordered bone piles in the ossuary and saw not a completed project but a work in progress. Héricard de Thury was a scientist and an engineer, but he was also a man of the early 19th century, an era that valued the monument, the spectacle, the curated experience, and he understood that the ossuary had the potential to be something more than utilitarian. Between 1810 and 1814, he directed a comprehensive renovation of the catacomb corridors, transforming them from a bone dump into what can only be described as an underground museum of mortality. The transformation was both aesthetic and philosophical. Under Héricard de Thury's direction, the disordered remains were reorganized into the decorative bone walls that visitors see today. Femurs stacked lengthwise to form neat facades, with skulls placed at regular intervals as a kind of architectural punctuation, a border, a pattern, a reminder. Behind these visible facades, the smaller bones, the ribs, the vertebrae, the fragments too small or too irregular to serve a structural or decorative purpose were packed as rubble fill, invisible but essential, like the rough masonry behind a finished wall. The technique was, in its way, a form of architecture. The long bones served as the facing material, the small bones as the infill, and the whole assembly was designed to be both structurally stable and visually striking. Héricard de Thury also introduced the decorative features that give the ossuary its particular character. Barrel-shaped pillars of skulls, crosses and heart shapes formed from tibius and arranged on the bone facades, stone altars and monuments interspersed among the remains, archways bearing inscriptions ominous, philosophical, literary, drawn from scripture, classical poetry, and Enlightenment thought. He used the cemetery decorations that had been salvaged from saints' innocents and other closed cemeteries, placing headstones and sculptural fragments alongside the anonymous bone walls as a reminder that these remains had once belonged to individuals, to named and mourned and remembered people, even if the names were now lost. He was, in effect, creating a narrative experience, a curated walk through mortality that would guide the visitor from the entrance to the exit through a series of chambers, each identified by plaques noting the cemetery of origin and the date of transfer, each decorated with inscriptions that invited contemplation, reflection, and the kind of quiet reckoning with mortality that the French call memento mori. The result was extraordinary, and depending on your perspective, either deeply respectful or deeply strange. Héricard de Thury had taken the anonymous remains of millions of Parisians and turned them into a work of art, or at least a work of design, which is not quite the same thing, but which occupies a similar position in the relationship between intention and material. Whether the dead would have approved of being arranged into geometric patterns for the edification of visitors is a question that the dead, characteristically, declined to answer. But the living approved, and the ossuary began to attract visitors from its earliest days, the Count of Artois, as early as 1787, the Austrian Emperor Francis I in 1814, and eventually Napoleon III himself in 1860, descending with his son into the tunnels to observe the tidy empire that the previous generation's administrators had built from the disorderly dead. The man who looked at a pile of bones and saw interior design. It is easy to mock this impulse, and perhaps we should not entirely resist the temptation. But Héricard de Thury's renovation also accomplished something genuinely meaningful. It gave the anonymous dead a form of dignity that the mass graves of saints' innocents had never provided. In a charnel house, bones are debris. In an ossuary arranged with intention, they are something closer to a memorial. The distinction matters, even if the bones themselves cannot appreciate it. The arrangement is for us, the living, who need to believe that there is a difference between being discarded and being placed, between being forgotten and being organized into something that remembers, even when it can no longer name. Ix. The ossuaries, the portion of the catacombs that is open to the public, the official ossuary, the part that tourists queue for and guidebooks describe, occupies approximately 1.5 kilometers of tunnel, a small fraction of the more than 300 kilometers of total underground passages beneath Paris. It is accessed from one avenue du Colonel Henri Roltanguy at Place d'Enfer Rochereau in the 14th arrondissement, and the visit begins with a descent of 130 steps down a tight spiral staircase that drops you roughly 20 meters, about 65 feet below street level. The ascent, at the other end, involves 83 steps. The temperature below is a constant 14 degrees Celsius, about 57 Fahrenheit, regardless of the season above. The air is damp. The light is electric and dim. The silence, once the chatter of other visitors fades, is the silence of stone and still air, broken by the drip of water and the echo of footsteps. The ossuary corridor itself is a long, narrow passage with walls that are, for much of its length, made of bones. This is the part that resists description, not because it is frightening or gruesome, though it is certainly striking, but because the sheer scale of it outpaces the imagination. Wall after wall of femurs, stacked horizontally like firewood, interspersed with rows of skulls that stare from their positions with the vacant gaze of empty eye sockets. The skulls are not arranged randomly. They are placed at regular intervals, creating patterns, borders, bands, crosses that give the walls a rhythmic visual structure. Behind the visible facades of long bones and skulls, the smaller bones are packed as fill, invisible to the viewer but present in enormous quantities. The rubble of an ossuary that contains an estimated 6 million individuals. Each section of the ossuary is identified by a stone plaque, noting the cemetery from which the bones were transferred and the date of the transfer. These plaques serve as a kind of index, a bureaucratic record of the dead's final journey, from Saints Innocents, from Saint Eustache, from Saint Nicolas des Champs, from the convent of the Bernardines, from dozens of other closed Parisian cemeteries, each contributing its share to the walls. The plaques give the ossuary a temporal and spatial structure. You can, if you pay attention, trace the chronology of the transfers, from the initial emptying of Saints Innocents in the 1780s through the later deposits of the Napoleonic and Haussmann eras. What you cannot do is identify any individual bone. The remains are anonymous, and the plaques tell you where they came from, not who they were. The ossuary is, in this sense, a monument to collective anonymity, a place where identity has been dissolved into architecture, where the individual has been absorbed into the wall. Walking through the ossuary is a slow, meditative experience, especially if you allow yourself to fall behind the crowd and find a stretch of tunnel where you are, for a moment, alone with the dead. The walls press in on both sides, close enough to touch, though touching is discouraged, and the bones are, in any case, fragile after centuries of exposure to the damp underground air. The ceiling is low, the lighting dim, and the corridor stretches ahead into a dimness that the eye cannot quite resolve. There is a quality to the experience that is difficult to convey in words, the sense of being surrounded, not threatened but held, by the remains of a city's entire history, reduced to its most fundamental components and arranged with a care that is both moving and, if you think about it too long, slightly unsettling. The dead do not object to your presence. The dead have no opinion on the matter. The dead simply form the walls, as they have done for over 2 centuries, and the walls simply stand. X. The architecture of bone. The technique of arranging the remains in the catacombs is worth examining in some detail, because it reveals a surprising amount about the intersection of aesthetics, engineering, and the human need to impose order on the fundamentally disorderly. The arrangement is not random, nor is it purely decorative. It is, in a structural sense, a form of dry stone masonry, using human bone as the building material. The basic unit of construction is the femur, the longest and strongest bone in the human body, which serves as the primary facing material for the ossuary walls. Femurs are stacked horizontally, side by side, in neat rows that extend from the floor to a height of approximately 5 or 6 feet, creating a flat, relatively smooth facade. At regular intervals, typically every few rows, a line of skulls is set into the facade, facing outward, the craniums forming a decorative border or pattern against the uniform background of femur shafts. The visual effect is striking. The brownish-grey bone of the femurs, textured by age and mineral deposits, punctuated by the rounder, paler forms of the skulls, their eye sockets and nasal openings creating a repeating motif that is at once geometric and unmistakably human. Behind these facades, the arrangement is less orderly but no less purposeful. The smaller bones, ribs, vertebrae, pelvic fragments, the countless small bones of the hands and feet are packed as rubble fill between the decorative walls and the quarry walls behind them, filling the space with a dense mass of anonymous remains that provides structural support for the visible facade. The technique is essentially the same as that used in traditional dry stone wall construction, where the carefully placed facing stones are backed by a core of smaller rubble that gives the wall its mass and stability. The difference, of course, is that the rubble is human. Interspersed among the bone walls are several distinctive features that Héricart de Thury and his successors added to elevate the ossuary from a repository to a monument. There are barrel-shaped pillars constructed entirely of skulls, rising from the floor like grotesque columns. There are altars and stone monuments, some salvaged from the closed cemeteries, some built specifically for the ossuary. There is the crypt of the sepulchral lamp, a chamber containing a large stone lamp that was designed to burn perpetually, a gesture of remembrance that is, in its way, both touching and futile, since the 6 million individuals it was meant to honour are beyond the reach of any flame's comfort. There is the Porte Mahon Gallery, carved between 1777 and 1782 by a quarryman named François Descures, known as Beauséjour, who had reportedly served in the armies of Louis XV and been held captive at the fortress of Porte Mahon on the island of Minorca. Working during his breaks, Descures carved an intricate scale model of the fortress into the limestone walls from memory, a remarkable work of art created in the dark by a man who was, in a sense, still imprisoned not by the Spanish but by the rock, and by the compulsion to make something beautiful in a place where beauty had no practical purpose. And then there are the inscriptions, dozens of them, carved into stone tablets and placed throughout the ossuary, bearing quotations from the Bible, from Virgil, from Horace, from the Psalms, from Lamartine, and from various Enlightenment thinkers, all meditating on the themes of death, the vanity of earthly life, and the certainty that what we build will one day be dust. "Believe that each day is your last," reads one. "Wherever you go, death follows. As a body's shadow," reads another. The inscriptions transform the ossuary into a kind of philosophical circuit, not merely a place to view bones, but a place to contemplate their meaning, to walk through a curated meditation on mortality while surrounded, on all sides, by its physical evidence. Whether the curators who selected these inscriptions were sincere in their philosophical intentions or merely decorating a sanitation project with the appearance of depth is a question that the visitor is left to resolve for themselves. Perhaps it is both. The catacombs have always been both. Sigh. The quarry tunnels beyond. It is important to understand that the ossuary, the official, visited, well-lit portion of the catacombs where the bones are displayed, represents a tiny fraction of the underground world beneath Paris. The official tour covers approximately 1.5 kilometres. The total tunnel network extends over 300 kilometres, a labyrinth that stretches beneath the 5th, 6th, 13th, 14th and 15th arrondissements and beyond, threading beneath hospitals, schools, apartment buildings, parks and boulevards in a web of galleries, passages, chambers and dead ends that has never been fully explored, despite more than 2 centuries of surveying by the Inspection Générale des Carrières. The distinction between the catacombs as a tourist site and the carrières, the quarries, as an underground wilderness is a distinction that matters both practically and conceptually. The tourist site is controlled, maintained, illuminated and staffed. The quarries beyond are none of these things. They are dark, not the comfortable dark of a dimmed room, but the absolute unrelenting dark of a place that has never seen sunlight, where the beam of a headlamp is the only thing standing between orientation and total disorientation. They are cold, damp, and in many places structurally uncertain, with ceilings that can drop without warning to a height that requires crawling, with passages that flood during heavy rains, and with chambers that have not been visited by an inspector in years, or decades, or possibly ever. The tunnels bear the marks of every era they have passed through. Quarry marks from medieval workers who used simple tools and brute force to hack the stone out block by block. Reinforcement pillars from Guillemot's teams, dated with inscriptions recording the year of construction. Graffiti from centuries of unauthorized visitors, some of it historical, some of it recent, some of it obscene, some of it unexpectedly beautiful. In some galleries, the walls are covered with a fine mineral efflorescence, a crystalline growth produced by the slow seepage of calcite-rich water through the limestone that gives the stone a delicate, furred appearance, as if the tunnel itself were growing a skin. In others, pools of standing water reflect the headlamp beam in a way that makes the tunnel appear to extend downward as well as forward, creating the disorienting illusion of infinite depth. This is the city beneath the city that most Parisians will never see, and that the authorities would very much prefer you did not attempt to visit. The tunnel network is officially closed to the public, and unauthorized entry is punishable by fine. The reasons are sound, the structural risks are real, the navigation challenges are genuine, and the possibility of becoming lost in an unmapped section of a 300-kilometre underground network is not a theoretical concern, but a documented historical event. The dark is patient, and it does not offer directions. CI, the cataphiles. The authorities' preference that you stay out of the tunnels has not, historically, proved very persuasive. Since at least the 1970s and 1980s, a subculture of unauthorized explorers known as cataphiles has made the off-limits tunnel network a kind of underground commons, a hidden world beneath the city where the rules of the surface do not entirely apply. The cataphiles are not a single organization but a loose, overlapping community of individuals and groups who gain access to the tunnels through a shifting geography of secret entrances, manholes, basement passages, ventilation shafts, and other points of entry that are discovered, used, sealed by the authorities, and rediscovered with the regularity of a game that neither side can entirely win. What the cataphiles do in the tunnels varies as widely as the cataphiles themselves. Some are explorers in the pure sense, driven by the desire to map and document the underground network, to push into unmapped galleries and record what they find. Some are artists, who have created murals, sculptures, and installations in the dark works of art that no gallery will ever show and that most people will never see, created for an audience of stone and shadow. Some are partygoers, who organize gatherings in the larger chambers events that range from small, candlelit dinners to large-scale parties with sound systems and bars, the bass reverberating through the limestone in a way that the quarrymen who carved these spaces could never have imagined. Some are simply people who find, in the dark and the silence and the illegality, a form of freedom that the surface cannot provide, a space that belongs to no one, or to everyone, or to the dead, depending on how you look at it. The most famous cataphile discovery came in 2004, when police officers conducting a training exercise in an uncharted section of the tunnels beneath the Trocadéro stumbled upon something extraordinary. A fully equipped cinema carved into a cavern in the rock. It had a giant screen, it had projection equipment, it had seating for approximately 20 viewers, it had a fully stocked bar, it had a restaurant area with tables and chairs, it had a pressure cooker for making couscous, and it had a professionally installed electrical system, tapped directly from the city's power grid above. The installation was attributed to a group known as Les UX, short for Urban Experiment, a secretive organization dedicated to what they describe as the restoration and improvement of hidden or neglected cultural spaces. When police returned to the cinema 3 days after their initial discovery, the equipment had been removed, and in its place was a note, "Do not try to find us." The cataphiles exist in a perpetual cat-and-mouse dynamic, with the cataflics, the tunnel police, a dedicated unit tasked with patrolling the underground network and discouraging unauthorized access. The fines for illegal entry are modest, and the enforcement is sporadic, and the cataphiles, who know the tunnels intimately and have the advantage of operating in an environment where official presence is necessarily limited, generally consider the risk acceptable. The relationship between the cataphiles and the authorities is more complex than simple defiance. Many cataphiles are genuinely knowledgeable about the history and geology of the tunnels, and some have contributed to their preservation and documentation in ways that the official services have not. Others have caused damage, left waste, or put themselves in danger, and the authorities' concerns are not unfounded. But the cataphile culture endures, because the tunnels offer something that the surface of Paris does not: a space that is genuinely unknown, genuinely dark, and genuinely free from the surveillance and regulation that define life above. The people who find freedom in the dark have always existed. The catacombs simply gave them a particularly dramatic venue. CIE. What 6 million looks like. 6 million. It is a number that is worth sitting with for a moment, because numbers of that magnitude have a way of becoming abstract, of losing their connection to the individual human lives they represent, and becoming mere statistics, impressive in their scale, but empty of personal meaning. 6 million is the population of a mid-sized country. It is more people than currently live within the city limits of Paris. It is, depending on whose estimate you use and how you define the boundaries, roughly the number of individual human beings whose skeletal remains are stacked in the ossuary walls, packed behind the bone facades, and scattered through the galleries of the catacombs beneath the left bank. These remains span over 1,000 years of Parisian burial. The earliest bones may date from the Merovingian era, from the 5th and 6th centuries, when the first churchyard cemeteries were established on the right bank. The latest date from the mid-19th century, when the Haussmann renovations required the excavation of additional burial grounds to make way for the new boulevards. Between these temporal poles lies the entire history of a city, plague victims from the Black Death of 1348, which may have killed half the population of Paris, soldiers from the 100 Years' War, victims of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572, when thousands of Huguenots were slaughtered in the streets, monks and nuns from the dissolved convents of the Revolution, aristocrats executed during the Terror, paupers from the mass graves of saints innocents, merchants, artisans, servants, children, and the anonymous multitudes who lived and died in Paris across the centuries without leaving any record of their existence beyond the bones that now form the walls. The democracy of the ossuary is one of its most quietly powerful features. In life, these 6 million Parisians were separated by every conceivable distinction: wealth, rank, profession, faith, political allegiance, and the 1,000 other categories by which the living sort themselves into hierarchies. In death, and specifically in the ossuary, all of these distinctions have been erased. The femur of a medieval bishop is indistinguishable from the femur of a medieval beggar. The skull of a revolutionary who sent others to the guillotine rests in the same wall as the skull of someone who was sent. The bones of those who lived in palaces are packed, without label or ceremony, alongside the bones of those who lived in garrets. The ossuary is the great equalizer, not in the aspirational philosophical sense that preachers intend when they remind their congregations that death comes for all, but in the literal, physical, architectural sense that 6 million skeletons, stripped of flesh and identity and arranged into walls, are genuinely, irreducibly the same. This is what 6 million looks like: walls that extend into shadow in both directions, and the knowledge that behind each visible skull there are hundreds of invisible bones, and behind those, the rubble fill of fragments too small to identify, and behind everything, the silence of deep time and the patient weight of stone. It is not a number you can see or count. It is a presence you feel, the way you feel the weight of water when you stand at the edge of the ocean and understand, without needing to calculate, that the depth beneath you is beyond your comprehension. CEV. The revolution below and above. The French Revolution, which began in 1789, had a complicated and sometimes direct relationship with the catacombs, and with the broader question of how a republic handles its dead. The revolution sought to remake every institution: the monarchy, the church, the calendar, the system of weights and measures, the very language in which the French addressed each other, and the disposition of the dead was not exempt from this totalizing ambition. The old cemeteries, with their churchyard locations and their ecclesiastical management, were relics of the Ancien Régime, and the Revolution treated them accordingly, as institutions to be reformed, secularized, and, where necessary, emptied. The bone transfers to the catacombs continued through the revolutionary period and beyond, and the remains that were relocated during these years included those of some of the revolution's most prominent victims. The Cimetière de la Madeleine and the Irancis Cemetery, which served as burial grounds for those executed during the Terror, were eventually emptied and their contents transferred to the ossuary. This means that the catacombs contain, somewhere in their anonymous walls, the bones of Charlotte Corday, who assassinated Marat, of Georges Danton and Camille Desmoulins, who were devoured by the revolution they helped create, of Maximilien Robespierre himself, the architect of the Terror who was eventually consumed by it, of Madame du Barry, the last mistress of Louis XV, of Antoine Laurent de Lavoisier, the father of modern chemistry, who was guillotined and whose judge reportedly told him that the Republic had no need of scientists, and of dozens of other figures whose names are recorded in the history books but whose bones are indistinguishable from those of the nameless thousands who surround them. There is something almost perversely democratic about this arrangement. The revolutionaries who sought to destroy the old hierarchies and create a society of equals succeeded in the catacombs more completely than they ever managed above ground. The bones of the Ancien Régime are mingled indistinguishably with the bones of those who overthrew it. The aristocrats and the sans-culottes, the judges and the judged, the executioners and the executed, all reduced to the same calcium, the same anonymous architecture, the same orderly walls. The revolution rearranged the living and the catacombs rearranged the dead, and the end result is the same, a levelling so thorough that it erases not just privilege but identity itself. Whether this is a vindication of the revolutionary ideal or a rebuke of it depends, perhaps, on whether you believe equality is a goal best achieved in life or only possible in death. Mini-documentary I, The Last Night of Saints' Innocence. Let us pause the broader narrative for a moment and attempt something more intimate, a reconstruction, as close as the historical record allows, of what it might have been like to witness the emptying of the most notorious cemetery in Parisian history. It is a night in the spring of 1786. The sun has set over Paris, and the streets around Les Halles, the great market district of the right bank, are quieting, though they are never truly quiet. The market operates in the small hours, and the sounds of commerce mingle with the sounds of the night. But tonight there is another sound, or rather a procession of sounds. The rumble of cartwheels on cobblestones, the low chanting of priests, the shuffle of workers' feet, and beneath it all, the faint, dry rattle of bone against bone, as the remains of centuries of Parisian dead are loaded, transported, and deposited in the quarries to the south. The neighbourhood around Saints' Innocence has lived with the dead for as long as anyone can remember. The cemetery has been here for centuries, since before the market, since before the houses that press against its walls, since before the charnel houses whose upper galleries display the bones of the long exhumed dead in open-air ossuaries visible from the street. The people who live and work here have grown accustomed to the smell, which is strongest in summer and which varies from merely unpleasant to genuinely unbearable depending on the wind and the state of the latest mass grave. They have grown accustomed to the mounds of earth that rise above the surrounding street level, evidence of the centuries of burial compressed beneath. They have grown accustomed to the occasional complaint from a neighbour, from a visitor, from a physician who argues that the dead are poisoning the air, and to the subsequent official inaction. The cemetery has always been here. The cemetery, they have assumed, will always be here. But the wall collapse of 1780 changed the calculation. The sight of decomposing remains spilling into a private basement was too vivid, too visceral to be ignored, and the subsequent investigations confirmed what the public health advocates had been saying for years. The cemetery was a danger to the living, and it had to go. The closure was ordered. The exhumations began. And now, on this spring night, the covered carts are making their way through the streets, black-draped, discreet, accompanied by torchlight and liturgical chant, carrying the bones of the Parisian dead to their new resting place beneath the Tombé-Soir plain. The processions will continue for 2 years. Night after night, The carts will roll, and the priests will chant, and the workers will descend into the quarry shafts to receive the bones and distribute them through the galleries below. The neighbourhood around Saints' Innocents will gradually empty of its dead, first the charnel houses, then the mass graves, then the individual plots until the ground is bare and the space can be reclaimed for the living. A fountain will eventually stand where the cemetery once was. A market will expand into the cleared space. Life will fill the void that death has left, as it always does, with the particular urgency of a city that has too many living and too little room. But for now, on this night, the carts roll and the dead travel. They pass through their own city one last time, through streets they may have walked in life though no one knows, and no one can know whose bones are in which cart, whose remains are making this final journey. The priests chant psalms that promise resurrection and peace, and the torches flicker in the spring air, and the living who happen to be awake peer from their windows at the procession below and wonder, perhaps, whether they are witnessing an act of civic improvement or an act of sacrilege, and whether there is, in the end, any difference. The dead, for their part, offer no opinion. They are carried south, through the Barrière d'Enfer, the gate of hell, a name that no one chose for this purpose but that serves it admirably, and down into the quarry shafts, where they will rest in the darkness that the stone has kept for them, in the tunnels that were carved from the same material that built the city that produced them. The circle is not poetic, the circle is geological. The stone that rose to build Paris now receives the Parisians themselves, and the darkness does not distinguish between a king's bones and a pauper's, between a saint's skull and a sinner's. The darkness simply holds what is given to it, and it holds it well, and it does not let go. XV. Napoleon, Haussmann, and the Underground. The creation of the catacombs was not a single event, but an ongoing process, fed by successive waves of urban transformation that each delivered new populations of bones to the tunnels below. The Enlightenment reformers closed the churchyard cemeteries and transferred their contents to the ossuary. The Revolution contributed its own dead, as we have discussed. And then came the 19th century, with its twin forces of centralized authority and radical urban renovation, each of which generated fresh deliveries to the empire beneath the streets. Napoleon Bonaparte visited the catacombs, reportedly around 1810, and his relationship with the underground dead was characteristic of his approach to most things. He viewed them as a problem to be managed and an asset to be deployed. Napoleon's most significant contribution to the Parisian landscape of death was the creation of the great extramural cemeteries, Père Lachaise in the east, Montmartre in the north, Montparnasse in the south, which replaced the closed churchyard cemeteries as the city's primary burial grounds. These new cemeteries, located outside the old city walls, were designed on Enlightenment principles, spacious, well-planned, planted with trees, and organised with the kind of rationalist grid that made them, in effect, cities of the dead, complete with named streets, numbered plots, and the hierarchical distinctions of wealth and status that the catacombs below had so thoroughly erased. Père Lachaise, in particular, became a cultural institution in its own right, its elaborate tombs and famous residents attracting visitors who came not to mourn but to admire, turning the cemetery into something between a park and a museum. But the creation of the new cemeteries did not end the flow of bones to the catacombs, because the city kept growing and kept digging, and wherever it dug, it found the dead. The most dramatic example came in the 1850s and 1860s, when Baron Georges Eugène Haussmann undertook the radical reshaping of Paris that gave the city its modern form. Haussmann's project was nothing less than the demolition and reconstruction of entire neighbourhoods, the widening of streets into boulevards, the creation of parks and squares, the imposition of a unified architectural style that would transform the chaotic medieval city into the ordered, elegant Paris of postcards and tourist brochures. The scale of the demolition was enormous, and wherever the workers dug foundations for the new buildings or excavated the ground for the new sewer system, they encountered the remains of old burial grounds, some known, some forgotten, some so ancient that they had been buried beneath centuries of subsequent construction and were rediscovered only when Haussmann's picks and shovels reached their depth. These remains, too, were sent to the catacombs. The last significant bone deposits arrived in 1860, following the urban development undertaken during the Haussmann era. The catacombs were, in this sense, the receipt for the city's reinvention, the underground record of every graveyard that had been dug up, every burial ground that had been paved over, every act of modernization that had required the disturbance of the dead. Haussmann's boulevards are magnificent. His parks are gracious. His apartment blocks, with their stone facades and zinc rooftops, define the visual identity of Paris. And beneath them all, in the tunnels that supplied the stone for those facades, rest the dead whose graves were the price of that magnificence. The city above is the argument for progress. The city below is the cost. XVI. The inscriptions and the philosophy. The catacombs were designed not merely as storage for the dead, but as an experience for the living, a guided philosophical journey through the tunnels of mortality, curated with the kind of literary and intellectual ambition that only the French would think to bring to an underground bone repository. The inscriptions that line the ossuary walls are the most visible expression of this ambition, and they reward careful attention, both for what they say and for what their selection reveals about the intentions of the people who placed them there. The inscriptions are drawn from a wide range of sources: the Bible, particularly the Psalms and the books of wisdom literature, the classical poets, including Virgil and Horace, Enlightenment philosophers and moralists, and French literary figures, including Lamartine. Their subjects are uniformly focused on death, the transience of earthly life, the vanity of worldly ambition, and the equality of all human beings in the face of mortality. Believe that each day is your last, reads one, echoing Horace. Wherever you go, death follows as a body's shadow, reads another. The tone is meditative rather than admonitory. These are not warnings, but invitations to reflection, designed to accompany the visitor as they walk through corridors where the evidence of mortality is, quite literally, pressing in from all sides. The choice of inscriptions reveals a particular vision of what the catacombs were meant to be. Not just a repository, not just a museum, but a philosophical space, a physical memento mori that would guide visitors toward a contemplation of their own mortality and, perhaps, toward a wisdom that only proximity to death can provide. This is a characteristically Enlightenment ambition, the belief that even the most uncomfortable truths can be made edifying if they are presented with enough intellectual framework and aesthetic care. The inscriptions do not flinch from the reality of death. They name it plainly and repeatedly, but they frame it within a tradition of philosophical and literary reflection that elevates the experience from the merely macabre to the genuinely contemplative. Whether this works, whether the inscriptions actually produce the intended philosophical effect, or whether they simply provide intellectual decoration for what is, at its core, a spectacle of the morbid, is a question that each visitor answers differently. Some find the inscriptions moving, some find them pretentious, some do not notice them at all, their attention absorbed by the bone walls and the skulls and the sheer overwhelming fact of 6 million dead. But the inscriptions are there, carved into stone with the permanence of things that were meant to last, and their presence transforms the ossuary from a place you walk through into a place you read, a library of death written in French and Latin and the silent language of stacked bone. XVI. The occupation and the resistance. The Second World War brought the tunnels beneath Paris into a different kind of service, not as a repository for the dead, but as an infrastructure for the living, used by both sides of a conflict that played out, in part, in the same darkness that held the bones of centuries. The German occupation forces, who controlled Paris from June 1940 to August 1944, recognized the strategic potential of the underground network and established a bunker beneath the Lycée Montaigne, a secondary school in the 6th arrondissement, using the quarry tunnels as a fortified position that was protected from aerial bombardment by 20 meters of stone and earth. The bunker was one of several German installations that made use of the underground spaces, taking advantage of the same qualities that had made the tunnels attractive to the quarrymen and the bone-transferring administrators before them: protection, concealment, and a temperature that remained constant regardless of the chaos above. The French resistance, fighting to liberate the same city, used the tunnels for their own purposes: movement, communication, concealment, and the planning of operations that could not be conducted safely on the occupied streets above. The most significant resistance use of the underground came in August 1944, when Colonel Henri Roltanguy, the head of the forces Françaises de l'Intérieur in the Paris region, established his command post in a disused air raid shelter beneath Place Denfert-Rochereau, the same square that serves today as the entrance to the Catacomb Museum. From this subterranean headquarters, Roltanguy coordinated the insurrection that preceded the liberation of Paris, issuing orders and receiving intelligence through a network that included some 250 telephone lines connected to locations across the city. The command post was cramped, humid, and lit by bare electric bulbs, but it was secure, and its location directly above the ossuary, directly beneath the city's streets, placed it at the intersection of every layer of Parisian history: Roman stone, medieval bone, and the urgent, desperate work of modern liberation. Two opposing forces, inhabiting the same underground darkness, separated by a few kilometers of tunnel and by everything that separated collaboration from resistance, tyranny from liberation, the occupation of a city and the fight to reclaim it. The catacombs, which had been built to hold the dead, became, during those years, a space for the living who were trying to stay alive, for the living who were trying to kill each other, for the living who understood that the tunnels offered something the surface could not: the protection of stone, the concealment of darkness, and the simple strategic advantage of a 300-kilometre underground network that no occupying force could fully control. The dead, as always, had no opinion on the matter. They held their walls steady, and the war passed through them, and the walls stood. Mini-documentary The Two. The lost doorkeeper Philibert Aspert. The story of Philibert Aspert is one of the most enduring legends of the catacombs, and like most enduring legends, it exists in the uncertain territory between documented fact and narrative embellishment, a cautionary tale that may be partly apocryphal, but that captures something true about the nature of the tunnels and the particular danger they pose to those who enter them unprepared. Aspert was a doorkeeper at the Val de Grace Hospital, a military medical facility located on the left bank, above one of the most extensive sections of the quarry network. According to the traditional account, in November 1793, during the most turbulent period of the Revolution, when the streets of Paris were dangerous in their own right, Aspart entered the tunnels through a staircase in the hospital's basement, apparently seeking to explore the quarries on his own. His motivations are unclear. Some accounts suggest he was looking for a rumoured cache of chartreuse liqueur stored in the cellars of a nearby monastery. Others suggest simple curiosity, or perhaps the hope of finding a shortcut. What is known, or at least widely reported, is that he descended into the tunnels and did not come back. His disappearance was not immediately resolved. The revolution was generating enough disappearances of its own that a missing doorkeeper was not, perhaps, the highest priority. It was not until 11 years later, in 1804, that his body was found by some accounts only a few meters from a staircase that would have led to an exit. He was identified not by his features, which 11 years of decomposition in the cool, damp tunnel air had rendered unrecognizable, but by his key ring, the keys of the Val de Grace, and by the surviving buttons on his jacket. He had been carrying a candle which had presumably burned out or been extinguished, leaving him in the total darkness of the tunnels, the absolute, unnavigable darkness that the catacombs impose on anyone without a light source, a darkness so complete that the distinction between open eyes and closed eyes ceases to exist. A memorial marker stands in the tunnels near the supposed site of his discovery. It reads, "In memory of Philibert Aspert, lost in this quarry on 3 November 1793, found 11 years later, and interred in the same place on 30 April 1804. The marker is a point of pilgrimage for cataphiles, who regard Aspert as something between a patron saint and a cautionary example, a man who entered the tunnels alone, lost his light, and paid the ultimate price for the misjudgment. Every cataphile who descends into the quarries carries, along with their headlamp and their backup batteries, the knowledge of Philibert Aspert and the understanding that the darkness does not negotiate. There is some scholarly debate about the details of the story, whether Aspect truly existed as described, whether the circumstances of his death are accurately reported, whether the body found in 1804 was genuinely his or was assigned his identity retroactively to give shape to a cautionary narrative that the tunnel administrators found useful. The questions are reasonable, and the answers are uncertain. But the story endures because it speaks to something that anyone who has stood in the catacombs can feel. The weight of the darkness, the indifference of the stone, and the knowledge that the tunnels are patient and vast and perfectly willing to keep whatever they are given, whether it is the bones of 6 million Parisians or the body of a single doorkeeper who took a wrong turn in the dark and never found his way back. XVI, the dead who have names. Among the 6 million, there are a very few, whose identities can be tentatively assigned, not because their individual bones can be distinguished from the surrounding millions, but because the historical record allows us to trace the transfer of certain cemetery populations to the ossuary, and to know, therefore, that certain individuals' remains are likely present somewhere in the walls. The list is, in its way, a compressed history of Paris itself. From the Madeleine Cemetery and the Arancis Cemetery, the burial grounds used for those executed during the Revolution, came the remains of some of the most famous and infamous figures of the Terror. Robespierre and Saint-Just, Danton and Desmoulins, Charlotte Corday and Madame Roland, Lavoisier the chemist, and Louis-Philippe II, Duke of Orléans. From the older parish cemeteries came the anonymous thousands who had lived and died in the ordinary course of Parisian life. But among them, inevitably, were individuals whose names are lost to history, but whose historical circumstances are known victims of the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of 1572, plague dead from the recurring epidemics that swept the city, monks and nuns from the dissolved religious houses of the Revolution. The tension between the desire to name and the reality of anonymity is one of the quiet dramas of the catacombs. We know with reasonable certainty that Robespierre's bones are in there somewhere. We know that Lavoisier's bones are in there somewhere. We know that the remains of Madame du Barry, the former royal mistress who went to the guillotine screaming for mercy, are in there somewhere. But somewhere is the operative word. The bones cannot be identified. The skulls do not bear labels. The walls do not distinguish between the famous and the forgotten, the powerful and the powerless, the remembered and the erased. Whatever identity these individuals possessed in life has been dissolved by time and by the deliberate administrative decision to arrange the remains without reference to their origins into the collective anonymity of the ossuary. This produces a strange and somewhat vertiginous effect for the historically minded visitor. You can stand before a wall of skulls and know, intellectually, that you are in the company of revolutionaries and kings, scientists and saints, murderers and martyrs, and yet you cannot point to any single skull and say, this one. The knowledge that specific individuals are present is constantly undermined by the impossibility of locating them, and the result is a meditation not on individual mortality, the kind of meditation that a named grave invites, but on mortality in general, on the sheer scale of death that a city produces over 1,000 years, and on the irreducible anonymity that awaits even the most famous and the most feared, once enough time has passed and enough bone has been stacked on top of bone. Zix. Water, stone, and time. The catacombs are not static. They appear permanent. How could they not? Built of stone and bone, occupying the same tunnels for over 2 centuries, but they are, in fact, in constant and very slow motion, subject to the same geological processes that created the limestone in the first place. The tunnels breathe, they shift, they slowly, imperceptibly, claim the remains they were meant to preserve. The constant temperature of approximately 14 degrees Celsius is maintained by the thermal inertia of the surrounding stone, which absorbs and releases heat so slowly that the underground temperature barely fluctuates between summer and winter. The air is humid consistently, persistently humid, and the moisture coats the walls, the ceilings, and the bones with a thin film of mineral-laden water that, over decades and centuries, deposits a layer of calcium carbonate on everything it touches. The bones in the catacombs are slowly being encrusted, covered with a fine mineral film that fuses them, millimetre by millimetre, with the stone around them. The process is called calcification, and it is, in its way, a form of geological assimilation. The bones are being absorbed back into the limestone from which Paris was built, becoming, atom by atom, part of the rock. Water seeps through the stone constantly, following fractures and joints in the limestone, collecting in pools on the tunnel floors, dripping from the ceilings with a regularity that provides one of the few sounds in the otherwise silent ossuary. The drip of water in the catacombs is a sound that visitors remember long after they have forgotten the specific arrangements of the bone walls, a sound that is both soothing and faintly melancholy, the sound of geology in real time, of stone being slowly dissolved and redeposited, of the tunnels reshaping themselves over periods of time that make human history look like a brief interruption. In some sections of the tunnel network, particularly in areas that are not part of the official tour and are not regularly maintained, the water collects in larger pools that flood the galleries to varying depths, creating obstacles for cataphiles and challenges for the engineers who monitor the tunnel network. Fungal growths appear on the walls and on the bones, feeding on the organic residues that the remains still release. In places, the ceilings have developed fontis sinkholes or collapses where the stone has given way, creating voids that extend upward toward the surface. Reminders that the structural problems that prompted Guillermo's appointment in 1777 have not been entirely resolved, and that the relationship between the surface of Paris and the tunnels below remains, in certain places, precarious. The bones are deteriorating. This is perhaps obvious. They have been exposed to damp air and mineral-laden water for over 2 centuries, but the rate and nature of their deterioration are subjects of ongoing study and concern among conservators. The mineral encrustation that fuses them to the walls also makes them fragile. The humidity that coats them also encourages biological growth. The touch of human hands, the hands of visitors who cannot resist reaching out to touch a skull, despite the signs requesting otherwise, leaves oils and acids that accelerate degradation. The bones are, in a sense, returning to the earth, as all organic matter eventually does, but they are doing it in the particular way that bones do in a limestone environment, slowly, mineral by mineral, becoming part of the stone that surrounds them, until the distinction between bone and rock becomes, in some cases, genuinely difficult to make. Time moves differently in the catacombs. Above, on the surface, time is measured in the human rhythms of days, years, and generations. Below, time is geological, measured in the slow accumulation of mineral deposits, the imperceptible shifting of stone, the gradual dissolution and reconstitution of the calcium that was once a living body and is now a wall. The dead are patient. The stone is more patient still. And the water, which has been filtering through the limestone since long before Paris existed and will continue long after Paris is gone, is the most patient of all. XX. The tourist experience. 250,000 visitors now pass through the catacomb ossuary each year. Some estimates put the figure closer to 500,000, following recent renovations entering through the restored Ledoux Pavilion at 1 Avenue du Colonel Henri Roltanguy, and descending the spiral staircase into the cool, damp air of the underground. The queue to enter often stretches around the block at Place Denfert-Rochereau, and on busy days the wait can exceed an hour, which means that a significant number of people are willing to stand on a Parisian sidewalk for a substantial portion of their afternoon in order to spend approximately 45 minutes walking past the bones of strangers in a dimly lit tunnel. The popularity of the catacombs as a tourist attraction is, if you think about it, a remarkable thing. The dead have become a draw. The macabre has become a cultural institution. The bones that were relocated underground precisely because they were a public nuisance have become, 2 centuries later, one of the most visited sites in Paris. The experience of the visit is carefully managed. The 130 steps down deposit the visitor at the beginning of a long, narrow corridor that winds through the quarry tunnels before reaching the ossuary proper. The pre-ossuary section is undecorated bare stone walls, low ceilings, the occasional informational plaque, and it serves as a kind of decompression chamber, a transition from the noise and light of the city above to the silence and dimness of the bone-lined corridors ahead. The air temperature drops noticeably as you descend, and by the time you reach the foot of the staircase, the warmth of the Parisian street feels like a memory from another world. The stone is cool to the touch. The light is electric but dim. The sounds of the city have been replaced by the sounds of the underground. The drip of water, the echo of footsteps, the murmur of other visitors, and, in the spaces between, a silence that feels less like absence than like presence. The ossuary corridor itself, when you reach it, is preceded by the famous inscription above the entrance, Arrête. C'est ici l'empire de la mort. Stop. This is the empire of the dead. The inscription is theatrical and effective, a declaration that transforms a doorway into a threshold, a tunnel into a kingdom, and a visit into an encounter. Beyond it, the bone walls begin, and for the next 1.5 kilometers, you walk through corridors where the walls are made of people, arranged with the geometric precision that Héricourt de Thury imposed on them 2 centuries ago. The skulls watch you pass. The femurs form the horizons. The darkness at the edge of the electric light suggests extensions and depths that the tourist route does not reach, tunnels that continue into the unmapped, unvisited, unlit underground, where the 300 kilometers of quarry network extend in every direction. At the end of the tour, you climb 83 steps back to the surface, emerging through a building on the Rue Rémy Dumoncel, blinking in the daylight, readjusting to the noise and warmth and motion of Paris above. There is a bookshop at the exit and a gift shop where you can buy postcards of skulls, replicas of the catacomb inscriptions, books about the history of the tunnels, and other souvenirs of your visit to the empire of the dead. What it means to buy a postcard of a skull to convert the remains of an anonymous Parisian into a piece of commercial memorabilia is a question that the gift shop does not invite you to consider. But it is a question worth carrying with you, along with your postcard, as you step back into the light. XZ. The ethics of display. The question of whether it is appropriate to arrange human remains as decoration and open them to tourism is one that the catacombs raise quietly but persistently, and it is a question without a clean answer. The bones in the ossuary are real. They belong to real people who lived real lives, who had names and families and daily routines and fears and hopes that are as thoroughly erased as their faces. None of them consented to being arranged into a wall. None of them chose to become an attraction. The decision to display them was made by administrators who were, at best, acting in the interest of public health and cultural preservation, and who were, at worst, aestheticizing a sanitation project for the entertainment of visitors. The passage of time complicates the ethical question in ways that are worth acknowledging. Human remains that are a few years old are treated, in most cultures, with a reverence that extends from the personal grief of the bereaved to the legal protections of the state. Human remains that are a few centuries old occupy a different category. They become artifacts, curiosities, objects of historical and scientific interest rather than objects of personal mourning. The bones in the catacombs have crossed this threshold many times over. No living person grieves for them. No family claims them. They have been anonymous for longer than anyone alive can remember, and their anonymity is, in a sense, the condition that makes their display possible. If we knew whose skull we were looking at, the experience would be entirely different and almost certainly more uncomfortable. But anonymity is not consent, and the comfort we take from the age of the bones is a comfort that serves us rather than them. The ethical tension of the catacombs is not that they display human remains. Many cultures do this, in many contexts, with varying degrees of respect and justification, but that they display them as decoration, arranged into patterns that are designed to be pleasing or at least striking, and that they charge admission for the privilege of viewing them. There is a difference between a graveyard and a museum, and the catacombs occupy the uneasy space between the two, a space where reverence and spectacle coexist without ever fully resolving their relationship. The ossuary is, simultaneously, a place of rest, a historical monument, a tourist attraction, and a reminder that the living will always find a way to make use of the dead, even if that use is to arrange them into walls and charge €29 to walk past them. XXI. Paris and its dead. The catacombs are not an aberration in the history of Paris, but an expression of it, one chapter in a long, ongoing negotiation between a city and its dead that has been shaped by plagues, revolutions, religious upheavals, urban growth, and the stubborn insistence of the human body on producing remains that must be put somewhere. Paris has always been a city defined by death in unusual measure. The plague years of the 14th century killed, by some estimates, half the city's population, overwhelming the cemeteries and forcing the creation of mass burial grounds that would remain in use for centuries. The wars of religion brought massacre and counter-massacre, filling the churchyards with the victims of sectarian violence. The revolution sent its victims to the scaffold, and its scaffold's victims to the cemeteries and then to the catacombs. The cholera epidemics of the 19th century, 1832, 1849, 1853 each produced waves of dead that tested the capacity of the city's burial infrastructure. The two world wars contributed their own numbers, and through it all, the ordinary, undramatic, unremarkable business of living and dying in a large city continued, producing the quiet accumulation of remains that is the common inheritance of all urban centres, the demographic reality that most cities manage without fanfare, and that Paris uniquely turned into a monument. The grand cemeteries of the 19th century, Père Lachaise, Montmartre, Montparnasse, are monuments of a different kind. Above-ground cities of the dead that combine the Enlightenment principles of rational planning with the Romantic era's taste for melancholy beauty. They are landscaped, tree-lined, and filled with elaborate tombs that express, in marble and bronze, the individual identities that the catacombs so thoroughly erase. Walking through Père Lachaise, with its named graves and sculpted monuments, Oscar Wilde's Winged Angel, Jim Morrison's perpetually flower-covered plot, The Lovers Who Visit Abelard and Heloise is the opposite of walking through the catacombs. In Père Lachaise, death is personal, individual, named. In the catacombs, death is collective, anonymous, architectural. Both are expressions of Paris's relationship with mortality, and both are, in their way, beautiful. But they are beautiful in fundamentally different ways, and the difference reveals the range of responses that a single city can produce to the same inescapable fact. Mini-documentary The Third, The Cinema in the Dark. In September 2004, a squad of officers from the tunnel, police the dedicated unit, tasked with patrolling the off-limits quarry network beneath Paris, was conducting a training exercise in an uncharted section of the tunnels beneath the Trocadéro, across the river from the Eiffel Tower. What they found there was, by any standard, unexpected. In a large cavern, concealed behind a series of narrow passages and accessible only to those who knew the route, someone had built a fully functional cinema. There was a large projection screen. There was professional quality projection equipment. There were seats, carved into the rock or arranged on the cavern floor, sufficient for an audience of approximately 20. There was a fully stocked bar with bottles of whiskey and other spirits arranged on shelves. There was a dining area with tables and chairs. There was a pressure cooker, reportedly for making couscous. And there was a professionally installed electrical system, a cable that had been run from the cavern up through the rock to a connection point on the city's power grid above, providing reliable electricity for the projectors, the lighting, and the refrigeration that kept the bar stocked and the space habitable. The police officers documented their find and reported it to their superiors. When they returned 3 days later, intending to investigate further and identify those responsible, the cinema had been stripped bare. The equipment was gone. The bar was gone. The electrical cable had been cut, and in the middle of the empty cavern, they found a note consisting of a single sentence: "Do not try to find us." The installation was attributed to l'UX, or Urban Experiment, a secretive Parisian group that describes its mission as the clandestine restoration and improvement of neglected or hidden cultural spaces. Les UX had previously made headlines for another project, the secret repair of the clock mechanism in the Panthéon, which had been broken and neglected for years, and which Les UX members infiltrated the building to fix, working in secret over a period of months. The group operates at the intersection of urban exploration, art, and civil disobedience, and the underground cinema was, in many ways, the purest expression of their philosophy. The creation of a beautiful, functional, communal space in a place where no one was supposed to be, a place of culture built in a place of darkness, maintained in secret and enjoyed by a community that existed outside the official structures of Parisian cultural life. The cinema in the catacombs is, in some sense, a continuation of the tradition that Héricourt de Thury began 2 centuries earlier. The transformation of underground space through human intention, the imposition of meaning and beauty on the raw material of stone and darkness. The difference, of course, is that Héricourt de Thury had the authority of the state behind him, and Les Ux had only the authority of their own imagination and the protection of their anonymity. But the impulse is the same, to look at a void in the earth and see not emptiness but potential, to create something worth visiting in a place that most people will never visit, and to believe that the darkness is not a limitation but a canvas. The note they left, "Do not try to find us," is the cataphile credo in 5 words. It is an assertion of freedom, a refusal of official control, and a quiet declaration that the underground belongs, in some fundamental way, to those who make the effort to enter it, who navigate its darkness, and who bring to it whatever they can carry down the narrow shafts and through the low-ceilinged passages, projectors and pressure cookers, bottles of whiskey and rolls of film, the materials of comfort and culture and communal life, assembled in the patient dark for an audience that the surface will never see. X6C. What lies beneath? The catacombs are not a finished project. They are an ongoing responsibility, a piece of infrastructure that requires the same continuous attention as the sewers, the metro tunnels, and the water mains that also run beneath the streets of Paris. The Inspection Générale des Carrières, the organisation that Guillemot founded in 1777, still exists today, still monitoring the quarry network, still assessing structural risks, still building reinforcements in sections where the stone is weakening or the ceiling is threatening to give way. The challenges are various and persistent. Collapses still occur, though less frequently than in the 18th century, thanks to the reinforcement work that has been conducted over 2.5 centuries. Illegal entry by cataphiles continues, bringing with it the risk of both human injury and damage to the tunnels and the ossuary. Flooding is a recurring problem, particularly in the lower-lying sections of the network, where heavy rains can raise the water table and inundate galleries that were carved above the normal water line. The humidity that is a constant feature of the underground environment degrades the bones and the stone in ways that are slow but cumulative, and the increasing number of visitors to the official ossuary, approaching 500,000 annually, adds the wear of human traffic to the other stresses. The bureaucratic eternity of managing 6 million skeletons is a concept that is, in its way, as impressive as the skeletons themselves. Someone has to monitor the structural integrity of the tunnels. Someone has to assess the condition of the bone walls. Someone has to repair the reinforcement pillars and replace the stone hags that prevent collapses. Someone has to manage the balance between public access and preservation, between tourism and conservation, between the desire of the living to visit the dead and the need to ensure that the tunnels remain standing long enough for future generations to make the same visit. The infrastructure of death requires the same maintenance as the infrastructure of life, and it is maintained by the same kind of people: engineers, bureaucrats, inspectors, and conservators, doing unglamorous and essential work in the dark, ensuring that the empire of the dead remains structurally sound, while the city above carries on without thinking about it. XX-IV, the silence of the tunnels. What does it sound like in the catacombs? This is a question that photographs cannot answer and that words can only approximate, but it is worth the attempt, because the sound, or rather, the near absence of sound, is one of the most defining features of the underground experience. The catacombs are quiet in a way that the surface of Paris is never quiet. Above, even in the dead of night, there is the distant hum of traffic, the occasional siren, the muffled conversations of late-night pedestrians, the mechanical breath of a city that never fully sleeps. Below, these sounds do not penetrate. 20 meters of stone and earth absorb the noise of the surface as completely as the sea absorbs the noise of the sky. And what remains is a silence that is not the absence of sound, but the presence of stillness, a silence with texture and weight, a silence that you feel on your skin as much as you hear with your ears. Into this silence come the small sounds of the underground, the drip of water from the ceiling, irregular and persistent, each drop producing a tiny echo that travels a surprising distance down the tunnel before fading into the stone. Your own footsteps, which sound different underground than they do above, sharper, more resonant, as if the stone is amplifying and returning the sound to you with a slight delay. Your own breathing, which becomes audible in a way that it rarely is on the surface, where it is masked by the ambient noise of the world. And, if you are standing in the right place at the right moment, the faint, distant rumble of a metro train passing through a nearby tunnel, a sound that is felt as much as heard, a low vibration that travels through the stone and reminds you, for a moment, that the surface is still there, still moving, still carrying on its business while you stand in the dark with the dead. The quality of the silence changes as you move through the ossuary. In the larger chambers, where the ceiling is higher and the walls are farther apart, the silence has a spaciousness to it, a sense of volume, of air that has been still for a very long time. In the narrower corridors, where the bone walls press in close on either side, the silence is more intimate, more enclosing, as if the walls are absorbing the sound before it can travel any distance. And in the moments between the drips, between the footsteps, between the distant rumblings, there is a silence that is genuinely profound, the silence of deep stone, of accumulated centuries, of 6 million lives reduced to their quietest possible state. This is the silence that people remember. Not the bones, which are visually striking, but which the memory renders abstract over time. Not the inscriptions, which are intellectually engaging, but which fade as the philosophical mood dissipates. The silence. The particular quality of underground silence, which is not emptiness but presence, the collected hush of a place that has been holding its breath, so to speak, for 240 years. And that will go on holding it long after you have climbed the 83 steps back to the noise and light above. XXV, the Empire of the Dead. Above the entrance to the ossuary, carved into a stone lintel, are the words that have become the catacombs' most famous feature, more recognizable even than the bone walls themselves. Arrête. C'est ici l'Empire de la Mort. Stop. This is the Empire of the Dead. The inscription is worth pausing over, not just for what it says, but for the language it chooses. An empire. Not a cemetery, not an ossuary, not a repository or a storage facility or a municipal bone depot, all of which would be technically more accurate. An empire, a word that implies sovereignty, territory, authority, and a population of subjects organized under a governing power. The dead, in this formulation, are not merely stored. They are ruled, or rather, they constitute a kingdom that rules itself, an empire that requires no emperor because its subjects have no needs, no ambitions, no disputes that require adjudication. The Empire of the Dead is the most stable political entity in history, precisely because its citizens ask nothing of it and it demands nothing of them. There is no taxation, no legislation, no foreign policy, no succession crisis. There is only the dark, and the bone, and the silence. The grandiosity of the term is deliberate and slightly absurd, and both qualities are essential to its effect. An Empire of the Dead sounds magnificent, and magnitude is exactly what the inscription is trying to convey, the sense that what lies beyond the threshold is not a curiosity or a spectacle, but a realm, vast and populated, that exists in parallel to the living city above. But an Empire of the Dead is also, if you think about it, a contradiction in terms. An empire is a political entity, and politics is a function of the living, and the dead have no politics, no agency, no will. To call a charnel house an empire is to apply the language of power to the ultimate condition of powerlessness, and the tension between the grand word and the humble reality is part of what makes the inscription so effective. It elevates, it dignifies, and it does so with just enough rhetorical excess to acknowledge, without quite saying so, that the elevation and the dignity are ours, that we are the ones who need the dead to be an empire, because the alternative, which is that they are simply a very large pile of bones in a very old tunnel, is not a thought that the living find easy to bear. The inscription asks you to stop, and stopping is the right response not because of the warning, but because what lies beyond deserves a moment of reckoning, a breath, a pause in which to acknowledge that you are about to enter a place where the ordinary rules of the surface do not apply, where time moves differently and the dead outnumber the living, and where the empire that asks nothing of its visitors demands, simply by existing, that you consider what it means to be alive in the company of so much death, and what it will mean, eventually, to join it. XXVI, Lessons and Reflections. What are we meant to take from the catacombs? The question sounds simple, but the answers are layered, and they depend on who is asking and what they brought with them when they descended the 130 steps. The memento mori reading is the most obvious and the most traditional. Remember that you will die. The catacombs, with their bone walls and their philosophical inscriptions, are a physical embodiment of this ancient theme, a three-dimensional meditation on the transience of life and the permanence of death. Walk through the ossuary, the reading suggests, and you will emerge with a renewed appreciation for the brevity of your own existence, a heightened awareness of the preciousness of each remaining day, and perhaps a determination to live more fully, more deliberately, more wisely in the time you have left. It is a comforting reading, and it is not wrong, but it is also, perhaps, a bit too neat, a bit too eager to extract a lesson from what is, at its core, a municipal sanitation project that happened to produce a visually striking result. The historical reading is more complex and, in some ways, more satisfying. The catacombs are not just a meditation on death, but a record of how one particular city, at one particular moment in history, chose to manage its dead, a choice that was shaped by Enlightenment, rationalism, public health reform, urban geology, bureaucratic pragmatism, and a very French sensibility about the relationship between order and beauty. To understand the catacombs historically is to understand the forces that created them: the overcrowded cemeteries, the collapsing quarries, the intellectual climate that believed every problem could be systematized, the administrators who transformed a bone dump into a monument. The historical reading does not provide the easy moral of the memento mori reading, but it provides something more durable, an understanding of the systems, beliefs, and decisions that produce the places we inherit, and the recognition that what we experience as timeless and inevitable, the bone walls, the silence, the sense of awe, is, in fact, the product of specific human choices made in specific historical circumstances. And then there is the uncomfortable reading, which is worth articulating even if it does not resolve into a satisfying conclusion. The catacombs take the remains of 6 million human beings, people who loved and worked and suffered and hoped, and arranged them into decoration. The arrangement is beautiful. The arrangement is historically significant. The arrangement is legally protected and culturally valued. But it is also, fundamentally, an act of appropriation, the living taking the dead and making them into something that serves the living's needs, aesthetic needs, philosophical needs, touristic needs, the need to believe that death can be ordered and mortality can be managed, and that a tunnel full of anonymous bones can be rendered meaningful by the addition of a few inscriptions and some geometric stacking. The danger is not that the catacombs are disrespectful. They are, in their way, among the most respectful arrangements of human remains in existence, but that they are too successful at converting the chaos of death into the comfort of order, and that the comfort we take from their beauty is a comfort that insulates us from the reality of what we are actually looking at, which is the physical remains of 6 million people who have been stripped of everything that made them human except their bones. The catacombs resist easy conclusions. They are too complex, too layered, too contradictory to be reduced to a single meaning. They are a monument and a sanitation project, a philosophical space and a tourist attraction, a place of rest and a place of spectacle. The bones hold all of these meanings simultaneously, and they hold them in silence, and the silence is the final and perhaps the most honest commentary of all. XXVII, the living city and the patient dark, Above the catacombs, Paris carries on. The cafes fill in the morning and empty in the evening. The boulevards hum with traffic. The Seine reflects the lights of the bridges at night. The tourists photograph the Eiffel Tower. The lovers stroll through the Tuileries. The students argue in the Latin Quarter. The markets overflow with produce and flowers and cheese and bread. And the whole gorgeous, exhausting, eternally self-renewing spectacle of Parisian life unfolds on a surface that is, at every point, held up by the stone and bone below. Millions of living feet walk, every day, over millions of silent dead. The relationship between the surface and the depth is not one that most Parisians think about, any more than most of us think about the pipes and cables and foundations that support the buildings we live in. The underground is infrastructure useful, essential, and invisible, and the dead are part of that infrastructure, whether we acknowledge it or not. They form the foundation, in the most literal sense. The stone that was quarried to build Paris left behind the voids that hold the dead, and the dead, arranged in their orderly walls, help to fill those voids and give the tunnels structure. The bones are not merely stored in the quarries. They are, in a small but real way, structural. They are part of what holds the ground up. There is a partnership between light and dark that defines Paris, and the catacombs are its most dramatic expression. The city of light exists because the city of darkness exists beneath it. The beauty of the surface is built, literally, from the substance of the underground. The living world rises on the bones of the dead, and the dead hold it steady with the patience that only the dead possess, asking nothing of the city above except the weight of its footsteps and the slow drip of water through limestone, and the quiet agreement that this arrangement, the living above, the dead below, the stone between will continue for as long as the stone endures, which is to say, for as long as the earth permits, which is to say, in geological terms, for a very long time indeed. Every city is built on layers of what came before. Every city rests on the accumulated lives and deaths of its inhabitants, compressed into soil and rubble and forgotten foundations. But Paris made the arrangement literal. Paris went into the ground and organised its dead with Enlightenment precision and aesthetic care, and then it closed the door and climbed back into the light and carried on. And the door is still there, at Place d'Enfer-Rochereau, and the dead are still there, in their orderly walls, and the silence is still there, in the tunnels that the tourists visit, and the tunnels that they do not, and the water is still dripping through the limestone, and the bones are still slowly becoming stone, and the empire of the dead endures beneath the empire of the living, with the patience of things that have nowhere else to be. Closing, we have been underground for some time now, you and I, travelling through the stone and the bone and the history of a city that chose to manage its dead with the same rational ambition it applied to its boulevards and its bureaucracies and its gardens. We have descended the spiral staircase and walked the corridors where the walls are made of people. We have lingered in the silence of the tunnels and listened to the drip of water and the echo of our own footsteps. We have considered the crisis of the cemeteries, the faith of the Enlightenment, the patience of the engineers, the artistry of the bone arrangers, the courage of the resistance fighters, the freedom of the cataphiles, and the enduring, unanswerable question of what we owe the dead and what the dead owe us. The answer to the second question, at least, is clear. Nothing. The dead owe us nothing. They hold the walls, and they ask for nothing in return. What remains, when you have climbed the 83 steps back to the surface and blinked in the light, and bought your postcard and rejoined the living, is not a lesson but a feeling, the feeling of having been. For a time, in the company of a silence so vast and so patient that it makes the noise of the surface seem fragile by comparison. The catacombs are not a place that teaches you to fear death. They are a place that teaches you, if you let them, to sit quietly with the fact of it, to acknowledge that the darkness below is not the opposite of the life above, but its foundation, its shadow, its necessary other, and that the bones that line the walls were once the scaffolding of lives, as vivid and as temporary as your own, and that the walls they form will outlast any memory of who they were, and that this is not a tragedy but simply the way of things, the long, slow settling of the human record into stone. The empire of the dead asks nothing of the city above except the weight of its footsteps, the slow drip of water through limestone, and the quiet agreement that the dead will hold the ground steady while the living carry on overhead. And the silence down there is not absence, but the collected hush of 6 million lives laid end to end in the dark, waiting for nothing, expecting nothing, resting at last in the orderly walls of an empire that has no need for dawn. The dark is not frightening. The dark is simply old and deep and still. And if you are listening to this as you drift towards sleep, know that the stillness of the tunnels is not so different from the stillness you are entering now, a place where the noise fades and the thoughts slow, and the darkness is not an ending but a rest, patient and permanent, asking nothing, holding everything. Sleep well. The bones will keep the walls, the stone will keep the silence, and the city above will be there when you wake.